Hello, good afternoon, welcome. Okay, bring the sound volume of that down. Okay, let's get cracking on. I am not going to be paying much attention to chat today, just FYI in case anybody arrived early. So I need to set up my environment first. Let me just make sure these are all working. Good. So, right, let's see if I can remember how to do this, or if it's just a matter that I need. Well, I could drag that onto here to add it. Okay, never mind. Just need a point of reference or two for the screen. Alright, yeah, we need to save it. How do I want to structure this? I hadn't figured that out yet. I was thinking about it beforehand. The tutorial I used, or redid, although he had a new one, so I did that one instead, likes to put all their scenes and the scripts that go with them under a scenes folder. But I don't know if I want to do that or keep relevant scenes with their graphics. Let's just have a folder called test. Okay. First things first. It's having more reasonable. Wait, no, it's 20. More reasonable window size. Okay. I am using the most recent version. Which I don't think came out too long ago. Better game on next play. Make game workspace floating on next play. I wonder if it's because I'm not using the Forward Plus render. No, they have changed it. In the last version, there's a few buttons up here that allowed me to change how this window worked. So I may have to do it in here now. Mode, windowed, resizable, borderless, always on top transparent, extend title. Main window context is expandable to the full size of the window. Main window context is expandable to the full size of the window, unlike borderless window. The frame is intact and can be used to resize the window tab out. But the minimize to disable. So I think that is what I'm looking for. Kind of. Sub window, frame pacing, stretch mode. Aspect keep, scale fractional to the viewport. May have to go back to 1. Or 4.3 to reference that. The size of the root viewport is set precisely to the base size of the project setting. No. The base size specified in window height is stretched to cover the whole screen, so it wants to be canvas items. Nope, still not doing it. I do hope they haven't been regressive with this. It used to be, as I said in the last version, it was just a toggle. I could tell it to scale with it. It knows it's resizable. Let's try extend title again. Mode windowed. Position center of the primary screen, which that's all fine. It's not scaling with this, and I want it to scale with that. There we go. They changed it into that. Stretch to fit. What I actually want is just the viewport to expand and it to keep everything else. It doesn't need to keep the aspect ratio of the original selection. I actually just don't want it to scale either. Okay, aspect ratio, ignore. It's one of these. Not quite. That is stretching. I think that's actually might be it. Okay, expand is right, we just need it to not scale now. Stretch, disable. There we go. That's what I wanted to do. Excellent. Right, so that's that bit done. Because that will mean that so long as the camera is centered on the character, then it will support any aspect ratio display. So the next thing is I need that. This down there. Okay, and then let's see how the game should be compiled and exported into the Linux. I'm basically going to be using the Steam Deck to use controller support. But I also do want to make sure that it works on the Steam Deck. Okay, download the DevKit client directly from Steam, which should be this. It's annoying you're not showing me the URL for that. It's a very weird link. This should be the Steam Deck client. Install client setup. Set up the Steam OS Dev client. Runs the development PCs, allows developers to connect to the Steam Deck deployed and debug software. Storm the here's a direct link to install. Allow. That is that the official Steam site? Steam Games? I think so. Oh, it's loading Steam. Steam Dev Click Client. This tool can be started from the Steam library in the software category. If you prefer to run it from command line on Windows, run Windows Client / DevKit UI. Okay. Launch. So that's what that is. On Linux, run on your dev PC, launch the dev toolkit. Steam Deck and the need to be on the same local network, allowing multicast DNS in order to discover and be listed. This works over Wi-Fi or Ethernet. Make sure your Steam Deck is connected to the network and all updates are applied. So let me turn that on. Okay, on the network. Check for updates. Okay, it's up to date. On your Steam Deck, go to Settings, System. And select Enable Developer Mode. Enable Developer Mode. Then in Settings Developer, select Pair New Host. And then you should be looking for click Register. Okay. Nice and simple. This sets up an SSH key on the device and grants you full control. I don't think there was anything on that screen that is sensitive. My internal IP address doesn't matter. Okay, and your Steam Deck approve the pairing request. If you don't see anything from the toolkit, depending on how you may have to add a LAN field. Uploading the game build to the Steam Deck. Let's put that there for now. So back to here. What I need to do then I'm going to not do this initially just to see what happens. Let's add a few more things. Or let's take this, transform. Set you to 0, 0. How about yes? It's you centered there. Canvas would do better, but it's too deep. So there we go. Okay, then I'll put that at a 16 by 9, Steam Deck 16 by 10, so we should be able to see whether or not what I'm expecting this should do is, if this is working the way I want it to, then this area here should appear as is and there should be a space below it. So let's save that. Okay. Export your game. That's something I've actually not done before. Scene, export as. How does one build the game? I don't think that any of the tutorials I've gone through has ever shown me that. Project, export. No presets found. Add. Windows, add. Linux, add. Web 5. Okay. Folder. New. Builds. Windows, Linux, Web 5. Desktop runnable. Will do for now. Okay, it probably doesn't like the brackets. Build/Windows. That works. I still don't get... Ah, I see. What templates are missing? Download them, or best available mirror, download and install. Okay. I don't like that that's where it's put them. Can we change that location? They're going to be in the C drive anyway, I just don't want them in my documents folder. I want them with the small Android build templates. Settings. Actually, this might be an editor setting thing. There's the export templates. Open that folder. Go back a bit. Move them into there. Touchscreen, multi-window. I don't want the export files in my documents folder, because I don't want to back them up. I don't need to back them up. File system, dialog, import, tools, docs, network, asset library. I don't want them there. But I imagine if I install them from file, it's just going to put them back there. Okay. Let's do a general search first before we resort to AI. Godot. Move in export templates to another file or folder. Changing the location of export templates. Go to downloads for Windows here. There's actually an option to download the export templates manually. Place them wherever you want. Export them, and then go editor, export templates. Should be able to just point Godot. This requires a massive lie. You can go check the settings right now. It will only show you the folder location. It will not allow you to change it. That was 3 years ago. Well, no, 3 years later. That's 2022, and someone replied in May. One source to back it up. How about an official issue that was never fixed since 2015? Or this feature. We can't add this feature because we don't really have a way. How can you not just point to a different folder? Here, let me do it for you. I'm going to need to remind myself how to do this. So I could create a normal shortcut. That might work. But let's actually, can I create a symbolic link through here? Windows does have symbolic links. Which is what I'm going to do. I just need to remind myself as to the syntax of how to do it. Create symbolic link. Make link. And then we want the link, which will be in here, which is export templates. It needs to be /d. Now, the question is that a symbolic link or just a link? Who knows? Maybe Windows 10 does just use a symbolic link nowadays. /d creates a directory symbolic link. By default, this command creates a file symbolic link. So it is a symbolic link. And then we want to point it to here. There's no spaces in any of that? Nope. Oh. Good. So, okay. Editor. Export templates, and it's no longer complaining. Project export. Good. There we go. Do I have a Godot account? Can I respond to this message? I could go to GitHub and what can we download directly? Use it. I search for the contents of all projects and all Godot files and try and find this so I can manually change it, but I can't even find where it's stored. So I'm guessing... Okay, I don't believe I have a Godot account. Make sure you're not looking at this window while I have a look at my passwords list. Passwords... No, I don't think so. Okay. Sorry, I cannot help you people. I am not in the mood of creating an account for the time being. And that does the trick. All our export templates are now kept within our Godot folder, rather than our personal folder. Although I don't know whether or not that would still back up in the personal folder. No, I think the Synology backup will copy the symbolic link rather than navigate through it. But I could be wrong. Either way, it does the job. So, export path builds window, export path builds Linux. Wonderful, my keyboard's doing that again. Builds Web 5. Okay. Export all, export project. Name Linux, Windows Desktop, Web. All resources and projects. So we can specify what it should and shouldn't keep. Patching. Okay. Does this tell me how I need to export it? Export path, zip. Export all. Presets, duplicate. Debug. Export console wrapper, debug only. Enable pack binary formats. Project resources are embedded into the execute. Ah, right, okay. Export project. Okay. Okay, and the app here, hover over the title upload tab until you configure title upload. You configure your game. You create a configuration, specifically a source directory on your computer. Okay. Can you show an example? Delete remote files not present in the local file system. Delete extraneous remote files. Allow newer remote files. verify checksums. Start command. Time not specified. Okay, this is a slightly older version. So we'll try that. Tag name, the animal must match pattern. Okay, so it's not allowed to have brackets. That's annoying. Idle wants to be in brackets in terms of the actual official name. Okay, try again. Oh, it's not allowed spaces either. Makes sense. Or hyphens. Must be an underscore. Okay. You create the configuration, specify source directory on your computer. It's usually just clicking the under will bundle your files. It's usually just that in the pack file. Upload the package to Steam Deck to create a new game called DevKit Your Game. So if we go back to library, installed. It's not in there. Non-Steam. One non-Steam game. Non-Steam game apps that have been added from desktop mode will show up in this tab. We're working on a quick way to do this, but in the meantime you can learn how in the help section of the quick access menu. While you're here, we can install and add a shortcut to the Google Chrome browser. No, don't do that. Okay, there it is. So if I run that, Godot logo flashes. Okay. I think it's explicitly running at 28 by 9. So not 28 by 9, 16 by 9. It isn't making use of the full available display. But it is running Windows mode, theoretically. But it runs, so that's the important thing. Let's leave this over on that display. Come back to here. Mode windowed, mode full screen. Now I'm concerned that's going to run that at full screen, which it has, and it's technically fine. It's doing what I want it to do. How do I exit out of here? I've loaded you in full screen. I have to do it that way. Okay, if we upload that, it'll probably work fine. So let's try that again. Export. Export project. And what is the difference between export project and export all? Debug release. Ah, I see. Failed to copy export templates. Export could not write file. Oh, because we've not given it a file name. We've given it a folder, but not a name. That's why they're breaking. The export all exports or attempts to export to all of them, whereas export project just exports to the specific build we're looking at. I'm going to need to rename the base folder. Okay, and let's delete those ones. Re-upload it. Let's save that configuration. We need to change the start command to the idle one. Sorry. This is a neat little thing. It's got floating windows on it as well. Upload. Okay, and deleted the old one. Right, now if I try to run this. Oop. Okay, that's what I expected it to do. Good. So we're just going to have a different... I don't know, do I want the... It's a reasonable question. Do I want the... I think I'd rather have the Windows version, not the Steam Deck version. Running in Windows mode. I wonder how you would go about telling it to use different settings in here. Okay, rather than going, we'll go back to windowed. We can always set this to be that. And then it will always be correct for the Steam Deck while we're testing. But a release version, I may not want it to do that. I don't know whether I'd want it to full screen max resolution or not. Ah, okay. We can do that. Let me just temporarily delete these templates, these export templates. Damn it, it requires me to keep at least one of them. Okay, add Linux, remove that. Is that the exports thing? architecture. Features. Custom templates. After a custom export template, if left empty, default template is used. I shouldn't focus too much on this because it's not really important at the minute. I'd just like to have the information in the back of my mind. I think in theory, if I was to modify this, then when I build on Linux, it would be that. And similarly, we can use the debug one to force these settings, whereas this is just changing everything. If I do that on here, and then I go to Linux and change it to 800, I check all of the others. No, that's still modified it for all of them. Oh, I see. I see. There we go. That'll do the job. We can figure out whether it's more efficient for it to go exclusive full screen on Linux or not, but this will do it for the time being. That means if we run this should still be the correct size, and when I run it on the Steam Deck, it should do that, which we can check. Export Linux. Yeah, in fact, while I remember, let's come over to here and close the editor. I wonder if I can do this from just the folder, or if I actually need to modify it in here. Recovery mode, edit, import, scan, remove, manage tags, open in editor, rename, duplicate, remove from project list. Okay, I think I have to do it this way around. Okay, missing project, import, that one. Hopefully all of the internal things are pointing to the right location. Loaded everything up okay, it's not throwing any errors. Okay, we should now be able to go export. I go export project, builds Linux, save, overwrite. Hasn't updated the export path on its own. But it did correctly rebuild it. So Oh, it's even created a web page. Will that load without something like Apache installed? It should do. Drag drop. It tried. Inspect is equivalent to view source. It may need to be uploaded somewhere for it to actually work. Or it may not like the fact that it'll be tabbed away. Because it shouldn't need any... Oh, there's no network code active. Network error attempting to fetch resources. Ah, that'll be why. I think. Okay, we can test this a different way. Open a new File Explorer window. Make sure that this is absolutely not showing. One moment, please. Okay, FTP into my server. HDocs. Let's throw it in stuff. It's stuff for the time being. Upload all of that. Do we not? Why would we not? Stuff is a public folder. Oh, I'm an idiot. Index.html. Try again. That's what I wanted it to do. That is exactly what I wanted it to do. Excellent. So it too has expanded to fill the space and maintained its aspect ratio. Good. Good. Okay. Don't need to do anything with that for ages, but we have framework pieces to work with now. Okay. Oops. I really wish you would not change when I'm doing that. It's a number pad. I'm not pressing an arrow button. Okay. So now we need to actually start building things, now that we have the player and the ability to test it on the Steam Deck. So back to here. Now we need to figure out how I want to do the actual folder structure. Let's close that node and delete it. What tests? Okay, it's not in here. That's a shame. What I would have liked to have done is explicitly be able to say from here, exclude this path from builds. But I think I'm going to have to do that through the export menu or maybe from somewhere in here. Okay. So, do I want to keep scenes with assets? So, for example, all the code for ships, whether they're player or NPC, comes under assets ships, along with all of the images. Or do I want to have the images separated out from the scenes and the scripts? I don't need to worry too much about it now, but I do need to make a decision on it sooner rather than later, because the longer I leave it, the more complicated it is. To fix it later, or fix it after the fact. Okay, new folder. Okay, yeah, we'll do it this way. For now, let me just grab, since I've got these ready. Just copy over some random bits and pieces that I have elsewhere. So I want that one. That little thing will do. Oops, don't move. You're taking a long time to think about that. Why? Explorer is crashing from moving a GIF from one folder to another. Thank you, Windows. It is literally a tiny little GIF. Oh, I forgot that these things actually have a border around them. We can use them for now. We may need to modify the actual images later. So it's actually that folder that's broken. I may have to, I was going to say, kill Explorer. Explorer committed seppuku. It killed itself. Okay, let's get this set back up again. GameDev, Godot, the idle one, assets, ships. It didn't copy it. I wonder if the old file was corrupt, but it was showing the image fine. Okay, these were being pulled from here. No, that old little image still works, so why would you not move? Oh, that's why. Because it wanted to replace it. Did I just not see that window? Did that window actually come up telling me whether or not I wanted to replace it and I just wasn't looking at it? Nope, if it popped that window up, it popped it up in the background. Let me just get some of these things over. Okay, and I also want to pinch an SVG and a thing from something else I was working on. Where did I put them? Okay, they got dropped straight into test. Interesting. It can't see GIFs. I'm going to look this up. Godot GIF. Or import GIF. Okay, so it needs a plugin to use the GIF files. That's a little bit annoying. Okay, we can do this a slightly different way. We'll turn them into PNGs. Inkscape? No, not Inkscape. GIMP. Give me opportunity to crop them down as well. which will get rid of the border that used to be around them. Export as. Unlikely to keep these in the long run, but it gives me some things to play with. Tiny little things that they are. Okay. Let me just make sure I didn't cut the originals from their old locations. That's still there, that's still there, that's still there, that's still there. Before I delete the folder, or delete the old GIFs from the folders. There we go. Excellent, okay. Right. Thinking about this. The reason I want to do it this way is so that we can transition between zones without having to reload the entire scene. We effectively free the old zone, move the player into the transition area, and then teleport them back into the new zone area once they've arrived. That's the flow that I want to have. That being the case, the pilot, for which the ship is underneath, needs to be in game, not zone. Plus, I may not have the pilot be the player ship. Is the pilot just the data that connects to the pilot? Oh no, the ship they're flying is underneath it anyway, so we may as well attach them. Ship just being the base class. Or the base scene that everything else works off of. Okay. That can be its own scene. In the long run. Got that in core. add that into there. A slightly trickier one will be zone. That's core because it's going to be a global. All other zones are going to be created using this one. Although I forget how you go about doing that. That's to create a new scene. No, I can't link that. It's something that the new tutorial didn't cover, but the old one did. I need to have a look at the reference for that. Yeah. Come on, figure out the size you're supposed to be. Okay. So you have level. Yeah, how do we do this? Inherits. Instantiate child scene. Script. Save branches scene. I think that's it. Save branch as scene. Cannot save the root node branch as an instantiated scene. To create an editable copy of a scene, duplicate it using the file system doc contained. Okay, so we do it from in here. Move / duplicate to new inherited scene. And this becomes sector 1 hub. Save. That is second 1 hub, not sector 1 hub. Idiot. So if I was to, for example, now add, let's write that to background, save. That's what I wanted to see. Okay. I don't have any scripts yet. Why is that not coming up? There we go. Because it was minimized. Okay, so we can build the zone template in here. So we have the background. And then background objects. Oops. These will end up in there. Foreground objects go in there. Save that. Good. So the current zone will get loaded into this location. So we'll become a child of that. Transition is just that, so that's fine. We are going to need to figure out a place to put it. But all that's likely going to be is some kind of fast scrolling background that is scrolling in whichever direction the player was looking when they left a zone. Long-term intent would be when a player warps out, they are teleported to the transition part of the scene. The old current scene is unloaded and freed, and then the new zone is loaded into current zone. Once that's done, then we move the player to wherever the entrance point is, or whichever direction they were heading. These are the chain of events that we need. Okay. We need a 2D scene. This is going to be the ship, or all ships. So it is a ship. This will need code. Since this is a base class, it goes in core. Then individual ships can go in there. And we can maybe split them out into individual folders for each ship. I don't know. Haven't decided that yet. Not important in the short term. Okay, let me think. What collision body do I need? Character or just area? Question's going to be whether or not... No, it does need... The player does need to be a character. Because there's certain objects that the player wants to be bouncing off of. I don't know whether we're going to have them bouncing off of other enemies. Well, not necessarily bouncing off of, but unable to pass through. I don't know whether we're going to allow them to pass over other ships. Or other non-player ships. But things like space stations, they're going to want to be unable to fly through the walls of those. Similar with asteroids that are deliberately placed, I don't want them passing through those. So yeah. that would mean... Well, that brings into question... no, hostile ships would want to follow the same rules. They're not allowed to collide with asteroids or pass through asteroids, even if they can't, or they can fly over each other. So this needs to be character body 2D. It's then going to need some kind of collider. It's gonna have to be a polygon collider. Or collision shape rather. There are probably instances, or there are going to be instances of ships where I could just use a basic collision shape. For example, this one here. You can probably get away with using a capsule for it. But then ships are going to have shields. Do we want the shield to be the size of the ship? Or a bubble? If it's a bubble, then we can get away with just using oval or ovals for all the ships. And just say if you're hitting the shield, then you're hitting the ship. No, we'll put polygon in for now. We'll say the shield is over the ship. The fact it doesn't have a shape is fine for the time being. Okay, in the script. Minimal we need for the time being. It needs a default value. It'll be degrees per second. Let's go 90. It's also going to need okay, now why are you taking so... Oh, right, yeah. I'm forgetting var. Okay, this is a root class. I'm fairly sure overrides are a thing. Don't know how they work. It's process, move and slide. Yeah, that may as well be there. Although I think if I compile this, it's still going to complain. Because delta isn't used, but delta may be used in parent classes. Child classes, rather. So I don't know if I put an underscore there, if that's going to cause problems when I try to call the parent class from the other ones. Unless I just entirely rewrite the function. I mean, it's only an extra line of code. Okay, if that did what I needed it to, good. Also needed is Sprite 2D. We don't need a 2D part of it, just Sprite will do. Let's create a base, even if there's nothing else. In fact, we can just use this one for now. Where's the setting for that? I don't think it's that. There's another one. Under device textures, maybe in here. Linear nearest. For now. I don't know the graphic style I'm going to be going for. Okay. That'll do. Actually, run that one. Yeah, there it is up there. Okay. It's strange. It loaded it the wrong side. There, goddammit. Maybe I need to have mouse tracking enabled. Leaving you on one window while I'm working on another window. Okay, so that's a basic template. Create a new node, 2D scene, player. Actually, no, it's not player, it's pilots. The pilot is the player. But pilot is largely just a data structure. It's not. The pilot holds all of the information for the skills and all the levels and whatnot else for the pilots. The pilot has to be piloting a ship. The pilot cannot be not piloting a ship. But a ship doesn't necessarily have a pilot because a pilot is specifically a player character. NPC ships just want to have basic AI attached to them. So pilot doesn't have any graphics attached to it whatsoever other than the ship. But the pilot's statistics will affect the ship. Which would mean we would need to have a player ship anyway. So we may as well just have the pilot be its own thing, even if the only thing in here is another ship. That being the case, no, the ship does still need some degree or some level of scripts in it. If for no other reason than to allow the ship to have these things in here, in the inspector. Because a pilot has the ship they're piloting, and an NPC has the ship they're piloting. And all the code for those can do, or is going to do, is determine how the ship moves around, what it's doing. So that code can go in with the NPC objects. Is there a cleaner way of doing this? Of which I shouldn't worry about too much at the minute. Okay, yeah. So, Strip that back. Where are you? Ah, damn it. The ship is the thing that has the collider, not the pilot. Which means the collider changes with the ship. Okay, we can still do it this way. It just means that if we're doing this in here, then the script for pilot needs to reference ship.move and slide and all of that. Or am I thinking this backwards? The ship is the thing that needs the collider. There's no... While we are labeling it a pilot, there's no reason that I can't attach the pilot to the ship. The problem we have is that there's going to be more than one ship that the player can pilot. The overarching idea of this game is it's going to be something along the lines of Eidolon, where you have a squadron of pilots. And it is highly likely that each individual pilot will have a different ship, because that's the way the certification system, or certification, which is the class system, is going to work. The intent being that there are 8 core certifications that a pilot can have, but you will only ever have one pilot with each one. There's some interlinking between the two, but we don't need to worry about that. So because of that, each certification is for a different class of ship, which means that each pilot can fly a different class of ship, and there's going to be multiple different tiers of each individual class of ship. And it's the pilot that's the controlling factor. The pilot is the one that determines, I am currently flying this ship, rather than this ship is currently being flown by this pilot, from a gameplay standpoint. The question is to how to implement that in here in a way that allows me to just iterate new ships and then attach a pilot to them, and do the same for NPCs, iterate NPC craft and then attach an AI to them. And the way to do it might be this way. Let's add a script to pilot. They're going to need one way or the other. Alright, asset core, yeah. That's why. The pilot doesn't need colliders. Can I still call function physics process? From here. And then can I use this to run the ship.move and slide? Well, it's not complaining about it, at least. And then this wouldn't care what ship the player is piloting. It would just allow the engine to figure that shit out. So the main thing I just want to know is, does it crash? It's moaning about the fact that Delta isn't used. Parameter Delta is never used. Yeah, okay, that's fine. It will be. Okay, so that structure works. So yeah, the pilot has a ship. It has a collision and a sprite. It's also going to have a few other things depending on the ship. Which would be gun markers, turret markers, missile markers. There's an eye missing in there. Problems for later. So they're just going to be, for the time being, node 2Ds, and they will contain a list of markers, but those markers only need to be added for each individual ship. Now, how would I replace a node? Because the ship's going to need to be loaded in dynamically. There's a lot of stuff that needs to be loaded in dynamically. I might not like the fact that we're not inside a function. Replace by node keep node group. Replaces this node by the given node. All children of this node are moved to node. Replaces this node by the given node. All children of this node are moved to node. Warning, the replaced node is removed from the tree but not deleted to prevent memory leaks. Store a reference to the object or use object free. What's the difference between object free and queue free? Oh yeah, queue3 removes the object itself. Queues this node to be deleted at the end of the current frame. When deleted, all of its children are deleted as well. So the process to replace would be what would it be? Because replace by is going to keep all the child nodes, and we don't want that. So I think you just go ship.free, generate a new ship, and then add the new child. Which should get added as ship because you'll create it as ship in here. I wonder if that will work. Again, problem for later. Just thinking about it now. Okay, so back to here. So we have a basic template for all ships. Play ship may as well just be the pilot. So now we need to... we need some controls. That is the wrong one. EDWS, and then also axes, left stick. I don't know what the typical controls for a twin stick shooter are. That is functionally how this controls. It's got to be left is move and right is aim. I don't use controllers, this is the problem. In a typical twin stick shooter, which phase is not axes. It's not D-pad. God damn it. Which joystick? Are they joysticks? Which joystick is move and which is aim? Thank you for pulling the answer from Wikipedia, which actually doesn't say which is which. In a typical twin stick shooter, so this is the thing that it pulled from Wikipedia. In a typical twin stick shooter, one joystick is used for movement on a flat plane, while the other is used to aim and shoot in the direction the player pushes it. But which one? I think it is left and right. I think left is move. So joystick 0, left stick 0, or left stick 0, left, all devices. Joystick axis. And then stick or axis 1, which is left stick up. Left stick down. Okay. Let's get something basic. Velocity. Wait, no. Ship. Dot. Velocity. Equals. For the time being, we'll just use max speed. Max speed. multiply by input dot. What's this command? Get vector 2. Negative x is left, right, up, down. Oh, yeah, of course it's not. Then move and slide. The pilot also needs the camera attached to them. Camera is not currently attached to them, but movement's working at least. Why is the camera not attached to them? The fact the camera isn't attached to them does help to make sure that the movement is at least working. Okay, Delta's not moved. We'll temporarily disable it. I know I'm going to use it, but for now it doesn't matter. Ah, bollocks. That's why. Because we're moving the ship, we're not moving the pilot. That was the problem I had identified in my head earlier that I then forgot about. How can I force? Is that even impossible? Is there any reason I can't just attach the player to the ship? Or attach the pilots to the ship? Or get the ship to move the parent? I mean, theoretically, I think I could do... I don't know if this is a clean solution. just go position equals ship.position. And then go ship.position equals vector.0. Let me delete the camera for a second. Wiggle. We can wiggle it. I'm guessing move and slide isn't being actioned immediately. Let me add a few lines of debug. Print ship dot position before and after we move and slide. So why is it not moving? The pilot position. Position relative to the node's parent. So I can't do it this way, period. There's no way to do it this way. Do I ignore the problem for now? Just for the sake of getting something working? Because I could separate the pilot and the ship entirely. Potentially make the pilot a global. Since again, the pilot is largely just a data structure. There's just a lot of data in it. And it's the more important thing than the ship. Because the ship's final speed and output all depend upon the pilot that's flying it. I suppose there's no reason... There's a question I need to answer in the long run. Are there going to be NPC ships that are identical to player ships? If the answer is no, then we can just split the two apart, and you have a player ship that also has the pilot data on it. And then an NPC ship that also has the has the AI code in it. If, however, a NPC ship could fly at some point a ship that is identical to a player one, then I'm duplicating assets then. Because I would have to have a separate, and this is what I'm trying to avoid if I can, I would have to have a separate, in spite of the fact that the ships are identical, they have the same stats, I would have to have a different node, or a different scene rather, for the pilot version of that ship versus the NPC version of that ship. Is there a reason that I can't simply attach or have pilot, but pilot also include the AI code? And pilot can be player or AI. This is a puzzle for later. Yeah, let's not worry about this in a minute. Did we add? Okay, yeah. Let's get rid of that. Let's get rid of that. And delete them both. And then let's create a pair of childs for this. Because this is not the part that I wanted to worry about at the moment. Okay. There we go. Player and an NPC, they're both for the same ship. Okay. Now, how do I give you your own script? Extend script. Test.player. That seems a little more verbose than I remember. Do I still have it open? Scripts. Extends follow path. Level parent. I think I'm missing a line. That's what I'm missing. Okay, and this is where we go function. It's processing. So now, velocity equals. Test stop player. Okay, that's all fine. It's a little slow, but it's fine. Camera. User current scene is the main scene. It doesn't look like we're moving, but that's kind of expected. If I add in Sprite 2D, gives us a point of reference. Okay. Right, next bit. I need now is I need it to detect if the mouse has moved. And if it has, to use the mouse as the pointing direction. Otherwise, we want to be using the right stick as the pointing direction. Mouse mode. Where is the enumerator for the mouse modes? Visible, hidden, captured, confined. No, that's not what we're looking for. Is it has mouse moved? Get vector. Mouse button mask. There's a method called get local. I think it's get local mouse position or something along those lines, but that's something else. Get local mouse position. That must just be in node 2 or node 2D. Or a class it extends or inherits from. Get relative transform to parent global. Move local X, move local Y. To local to global. Get angle to global translates. Adds the offset. vector to the node global. I wonder if that may have been the way to do it. You move the offset, not the position. So where is it getting the mouse from? Inherited by canvas item node object. Properties. Get global mouse position. Make input local. So it looks like it's going to be, oh, that's in there. All I want to know is if the mouse has moved, but maybe it's... No, we do need to know if the mouse has moved, because the other way around to think about it is that we need to know which was the last input device that was used. And I don't think that is something that input can give us, because I think I looked this up earlier. Current cursor shape, gravity, gyroscope, get joystick, get last mouse screen velocity. Actually, that might do it. If that is 0, then the mouse hasn't moved. We can test that then. Okay. If inputs get mouse or last mouse velocity, that should be valid as a statement, I think. Do I need to compare it against? I don't need to normalize that. The function itself will do it. I think. Is it not local mouse position? I thought it was. Maybe it does need to be normalized. Nope. Maybe it's not local then. I'm sure it was local. Try global mouse position. It may be that look at is not working the way that I want it to. Okay, global works. It's just the angle of the ship is wrong. But that is tracking correctly. So why does local not work? I thought it was local you're supposed to use. Let me check. Where's fire? Oh no. Look at global mouse position. Fair enough. I could have sworn I could have sworn we used player direction equals get global mouse position minus position dot normalized, which is for the direction. Problem is, this is not the tutorial we did recently. So yeah, no, that's just the direction that the player was looking. So it's just doing this again, basically. Let me pull up the... which one was it? It was... here, it was the last one we did. Platformer. That one we are getting local mouse position. In order to animate this. The actual animation to track the cursor. That's being done with get local, or I did that with get local mouse position. I can't remember whether that's how they figured it out. I think they did. The tutorial that I followed for it. And shoot.emit is using get local mouse position as well. Okay, we should look at the documentation. Figure out the specifics about why it's being used one way in one location, another in another. Returns the mouse position in this canvas item using the local coordinate system of this canvas item. So it's returning the mouse position relative to the origin node. Returns the mouse cursor's global position relative to the canvas layer that contains this node. For screen space coordinates, i.e. when using a non-embedded pop-up, display server get mouse position. Now, what is that and why is it there? C, I assume, is the center of gravity. This one's new. I don't remember these points being in the engine last time I used it. What is O? Move the center of gravity to the geometric center. Okay. Let's give it a bit more speed. In fact, let me just... I should have changed it in here. Change it in the script, since that's where the default is defined. That's a bit better. Now I wonder if I were to change the camera and enable smoothing. Last time I did this, it made a horrible effect, but I don't know whether that's a No, it's still doing it. Can you see the ship juddering? I wonder if that's a result of... It probably is. If we're this far zoomed out, then it may not matter. Okay, we're already on texture. Go back to linear. Zoom out. No, it's still juttering. Position smoothing is anything but smooth. We'll turn it off for now. It looks fine off, but... It may just be a problem with the debugger. Or it could be something else. Let's go back to nearest for now. I still don't entirely know whether I'm going to be using the pixel art or the slightly more high detailed things. Which were made from SVGs. Okay, what next? We have a player, we can move around. We need to change the angle the player is looking at if joystick 2 is being moved. Do I need to do that in... Just thinking whether or not I need to do that in the input bindings, or whether I can do it purely through code. Because we could allow the ship to be turned using the arrow keys. There is going to be a limit to how fast the ship can turn. It's just at the minute I want it to snap to look at a particular location. Two plus 2 minus 3 plus 3 minus 0, 0, 1, 2. Okay. Mouse takes priority over joystick. I think that'll work. I'm not sure. Let's press up. Okay, that appears to work. So let me check that on Steam Deck. i.e. with a controller. Export, Linux, export, save, override, log onto the Steam Deck. Did I close it? Is it still open? There it is. Oh, you're right. We moved it. Okay, did that work? Easy way to find out. That looks like it's working. Movement's fine. I think it's pointing in the direction. I'm not used to playing with a joystick, so it feels a little weird. But no, I think the look at is also working correctly. Okay, good. Is there a way? I wonder. Take screenshots. Start frame time capture. Profiler. I'm wondering if I can use this to effectively... I can pull a screenshot from it, but it's like pull a live feed from it. It might be possible, but I'm not going to worry about it. It works the way that I need it to work. Okay. So... Okay, create a template for a zone. Kind of done. Yeah, the player needs to be in the game, whereas all of the enemies are in... the pilots at the minute. Yeah, all the other enemies are in the zones. So, sector 1 hub. Background objects. For now... kind of just want to create a bunch of walls. Create a template for a zone, create a spawn zone, create a combat zone. Create a way to transition between the zones. For now, entities, background object, foreground objects. Would you technically call it terrain? It's like the walls of the space station and things. Because they're not entities and they're not background objects, they're not foreground objects. Could just call them walls, but we may want to put other things in there that aren't, strictly speaking, counted as walls, interactables. We'll do it that way, yeah. Answer our own question. Oops, that doesn't want to be in here. Call it objects and interactables. Entities appear over objects and interactables. Yes. Okay, let's add some walls. Why does that have an origin point there? Right, that's why that has an origin point there. I just accidentally moved everything. Put that there, snap it, duplicate it, take the duplicates, move it over here, snap it. That looked like it worked properly now. Previously, that would not work properly. Oh, right, yeah, they're linked. Got, that's why you can't do it that way. So we do need to create a new area 2D. With a new collision shape 2D and a new sprite 2D. Another resource is loaded from possible cyclic resource inclusion. The fact it's not centered isn't too much of a big deal, plus we can just move them all. Just a random box with a couple of holes. Right, so we go to zone or the game. Is that not saved? Recently opened. Okay, no, it just only shows a certain number of them. Okay, get rid of that one. Okay, you do fit through, although that said, we may not have set up the collisions yet. No, everything should have collisions. Is it because it's an area 2D rather than a static body 2D? That's right, they want to be static body 2Ds. Can I batch change? We can. Convenient. There we go. And that hole is just big enough for us to squeeze through. Let's make it a little bit bigger. There we go. Okay, so collisions are fine. A basic starting level. A starting area that's way too small, but it'll do the job for what we need it to do. So we have a template for a zone, we have a spawn zone, now we need a combat zone. So let's instantiate another copy of zone. Okay. What do we need on here? Let me grab stations, asteroids, my old pixel art asteroids. Create a new folder. Asteroids are likely going to be bigger than this, but for the sake of just having some, I just have the one. Why overcomplicate things? Okay, this one does want... I mean, in all likelihood, the station will be its own thing. It's just I wanted to throw something together without needing to generate the assets for it. And this one wants to be... for now. Oval not a thing? Oval not a thing. That'll do. Doesn't need to be perfect. Just needs to be. Okay. Basic but empty combat zone. Okay, now what we need is transition points between the two. They are area 2Ds. They need to specifically point at the scene that it's going to transition to. Will come under interactables. Be a bit more specific about this one. This is technically the scene tree. Ship, player, NPC. I did set it up that way. Yeah, we'll just have the references twice if we want to, or an NPC and a player ship. So, area 2D. Vision box or whatever it's called. It needs some kind of sprite to identify itself in the world. Probably need to add the player to a group called player, or pilot to a group called pilot. Because you would enter the warp point, which needs to set can warp on the player and the current target. Working on the assumption I do a point-to-point teleport. Rather than you go to a warp point and you can go anywhere. I kind of have it in my head, the navigation system in the lore for free space. That's free space, not freelancer. In that there are specific locations within the world where you can effectively open up a portal to subspace, and then you can fly through subspace to a specific other portal or another node somewhere else. I want to borrow that. So it's a linear point-to-point rather than you can warp out to anywhere from here. Whether I'll allow for fast travel anywhere, I haven't decided yet. Because there will be an autopilot that you can just say, fly here, and it will auto-navigate you there. Because it is an idle game, it's got to do work for you. So yeah, all it needs from a scene point of view is that this is not a good way to split these up. I should probably reorganize these later. What point needs to know the destination zone scene. File question mark? I need to look up how you or if you can hot load a scene. I know you can preload, but I don't want to preload every single zone in the game. Engine prototype preload file. Is it preload file? Do I still have... Yes. Is it level? No, there's just a preload command. Packed scene preload returns a packed scene. Use load instead of preload if the path isn't known at compile time. Okay. Example. Save node with a different owner. The following example creates 3 nodes. Technically the path is known, it's just going to be dynamic. Use load instead of preload if the path isn't known at compile time. Okay. If the path is user generated, you would use load. No, this is just going to know the way it is. Does it have to be... Node body, scene, pack scene, new. Result scene.pack node, result okay. Result save as save, scene. Oh! You can generate a scene entirely programmatically, and load is used in the case when you save those scenes, I assume. Save a node with a different owner. The following example: collision is a child of body, which is a child of node. Only body is owned by the node, and pack will therefore only save those 2 nodes, but not collision. Node body collision. Body add child collision. So collision gets added to body. Body gets added to node. So it is that chain. Body.owner equals node. Change the owner of body, but not of collision. I suppose there's a simple way to test this. Debug. Do thing. For now, do thing is E. Okay, where to save this? You don't have a script, we'll just put it in player. Should be able to get root node. Let's make sure that that works first. There is a way to get... Let's get tree, but I think that's the current tree. Fairly sure there's a way to get the topmost tree that's currently loaded. And I'm fairly sure I've been told what it is. I just can't remember it. Godot, get the topmost loaded scene. No.get owner. Get node dot dot slash dot dot slash dot dot slash to do the trick, but you need to know how far up the tree you need to go. Get tree, get root. That's more like it. Damn, this was 9 years ago. Get tree. Get root. That apparently is not actually a thing. I need a newer answer. Oh, there it is. Get current scene is apparently a thing. Current scene, the root node of the currently loaded main scene, which usually as a direct child of root. So it's... I just saw YouTube do something very funky there. Did that happen on... Yeah, I'm monitoring the stream. What the hell happened there? Random garbled noise. Yeah, I'm looking at the wrong screen though. That might actually do what I need it to. Just to get me the information. Node ID. Game. Yeah, so that's grabbed this. Which means what it's actually grabbed is that. So what we want to do... Let's just forget everything else for the time being. Regardless of this being remotely clean. Let's go get current scene. I don't think I can refer to things in the scene this way round. Okay, so once in the index, which we could figure out, it's always going to be the same. I think index counts as from 1. Current zone. Okay, that's right. There might be a more elegant way to do this, but for now this will work. Eventually the scene change code will be in game. But I just want to make sure that I can get this to work. So var new zone equals preload. For now we know what it is. We're loading that. If input dot is action just pressed do thing. Did we not save that? It's not in here. I'm sure I went through the motions of doing that. Where'd it go? There we go. If action do thing, and preload that, get child dot get child 0 dot q3 These all should be Node 2Ds. This isn't popper code. Don't worry about sanity checking it. And that's a packed scene. Okay, so it is that way around. Oh no, it's expecting, I imagine that. Yeah. It's expecting me to reference the child, not the location of the child. Yeah. So we queue the 3 for it, we remove it. Let me have a look at all of the... I need to just enable mouse tracking and just try to be mindful of when I need to do something that I don't want the mouse to be tracking. Force readable name, internal... No, that's none of those are what I want. New zone. Okay, I need to reference... Alright, instantiate, isn't it? I need to instantiate it or something similar. Class level parent. Oh, that's actually the grenade scenes. So yeah, this is how we're trying to handle it though. Can instantiate. I need to know a bit more specifics around this. Can instantiate. Returns true if the scene file has nodes. Returns the current scene same references to the file's contents. Gen edit state. Edit state disabled in main. Blocks edit to the screen. Provides local scene resources in local scene. Only the main scene should receive the main edit state. Returns the scene state representing the scene file contents. What I want to know is when preload has finished. Instantiates the scene node hierarchy. Triggers the child scene's instantiations. Triggers a node notify scene instantiated on the root node. Node notification scene instantiated. Scene tree concerning when a node is added to a scene, it receives the node enter tree notification, and the enter tree callback is triggered. Once all the nodes have been added to the tree, they receive the notification ready notification, and their respective ready callbacks are triggered. Can I do a query on if the instantiation is ready? Or if the tree is ready? Is processing... is in group ancestor of has node. Find channel break between process. Add to group. Ready, which is no, it's a virtual function. Notify deferred thread group. Notify thread safe. Print orphan nodes. Queue accessibility update. Q3 remove child. Reparent replace. Request ready. May have to do this by way of signals, so I am reading the documentation again. Hang on, let me just... Do I actually have that open at the minute? No, okay. That's... You go over here. Okay. There we go. Don't have to worry about it anymore. Ready. I want to get this. Wait, I've done this recently. There is a way to do this. Damn it, which tutorial had it in it? I have done this recently. Why does it say there's changes? There isn't any changes. Discard them. No, they just did it by the way it was ordered. Yeah, because this tutorial crashed if you tried to call car.position, I think, after it was added to the tree. Or something like that. Which is not what we were looking for. Have they moved? Have they moved where the signals are? They haven't, it's just that needs a little bit more space. There they are, okay. Child enter tree. Signal ready, emitted when the node is considered ready, after the ready is called. So that signal triggers after this scene has finished running _ready. So I think the way we'll need to do it is have the zone have a ready function and have that ready function emit a signal that the game will connect to. It is highly unlikely to matter on my computer because if this works, it will just load. I don't think any scene is going to be fast or complicated enough that it won't be able to load it within like a few split seconds. So it will probably not be noticed. But let's see if that blows up, because we are nonetheless doing something strange. If I press E. So it did work. It's done what it's needed to do. So I can do it that way. Now I just need to know whether or not I can do it by way of signals and not having it hard-coded like this. So the preload takes a variable that is a string to a scene. So the next thing to do is to create the actual warp nodes themselves, because the intent is you activate the warp node, and then in the long run you get, or the character gets teleported to the transition part of the scene. So what will be in here will be somewhere else on the area, probably a decent way away so that it can't be viewed. So character will get, or player will get teleported over there, then it will unload the old scene. Or the old sector, old zone. Then load the new zone. And then after a couple of seconds, or the new zone has finished loading, whichever takes longer, because there's potentially going to be some network communication required for that. Then it teleports you back to the entry point of the new zone. And that's going to be a signal from the warp point to... It might have to be a global function. It might be the game. I could in theory get it to call a function. I think it would need to be a global so that it can just be referenced from everything. Although it doesn't need to be referenced from the main menu. The warp point within the zone needs to tell the game to change scene and what to change scene to. Groups might be how we do this. More cleanly, at least. Debugger's still running. So I'm thinking. If I do it by way of signal, then we need to have the game connect to the signals, all of them, one for each of the... Does it need one for each? Signals is the way that clear code tells you to communicate between scenes. Which I think is how they did it in... both Frogger and Shooter. But they've also done it by way of groups in Shooter, I think. Why do you keep full screen in? I don't full screen any of these windows. So why do you keep starting full screen? Scout Connect, laser fire, on Scout laser fire. What are we in? We're in level? Yes. Okay. It's a combination of groups and signals. So warp zones would need to be all put in the group warp zones. And then when we load a new scene, after ready, or we need the scene to tell the game it's ready, and then the game needs to connect to all of the warp points. But how do we make that connection before the scene is ready? The scene triggers _ready once it's added to the thing. Is it preload that we need to wait for? I would need to create a really complicated scene with lots and lots of things in it that's going to take time to actually load. Returns a resource from the file system located at the path during runtime. The resource is loaded when the script is being parsed. This function effectively acts as a reference to that resource. Note that this requires the path to be a constant string, which is fine. It will be a constant string, it's just a constant string from a different object. If you want to load a resource from a dynamic variable path, use load. Note, resource path can be obtained by right-clicking on the resource in the asset panel and choosing copy path. Note the pre-word is a keyword, not a function, though it cannot be accessed as a callable. So it cannot be accessed as it's callable. I mean, I wonder if this is just a blocking call. Instantiates the scene in the node hierarchy. Triggers child scene instantiations. Triggers a node notify scene instantiation. Notification of the root node. Which isn't actually something we can bind to. I should have just clicked this because this may just be the answer. Maintains a list of resources node exported and override properties. And built-in scripts associated with a scene. They cannot be modified from scene state and be accessed. Useful for peeking into what a packed scene contains without instantiating it. Is node paper get path. Okay, not what we're looking for. Notification received only by the newly instantiated root node. So yeah, this is what gets that message. When packed scene instantiate is completed. Notification received when the node is ready. Notification received when the node enters a scene tree. Maybe that's the way to do it. Child entered scene. Capture that. Emitted when a child node enters the scene tree, usually because the node enters the tree. The node entered, or add child has been called. This signal is emitted after the child's own notification enter tree. Which triggers first? Ready or enter tree? Technically, that's something we can test. Let's just do it on something we already have a script in. So connect tree entered and connect ready. So it enters before it's ready. Then can't I just connect to their ready function? If it enters the node before it's ready, then can't I... Right, yeah, because it instantiates it first, and then it's ready. Ah, yeah, no, it doesn't get ready until it's entered the tree. So I should be able to go new zone.connect. The signal we're looking for is ready. Need to check. Needs to be in quotes. And we want to call that'll do for now. Although it probably wants it this way round. Why do you not like that? Because the function doesn't exist, probably. don't think ready has parameters attached to it. No, it's just blank, it just calls it. Okay, that does work. We can connect to it before we've even instantiated it. Which is the last piece we need. We just need to wait, or we need to know that it is ready so that we can transition to it. Okay, right. It's past break time, so I'm going to get myself a bite to drink. Yeah, a bite to drink. Yeah, I refill my cup of tea. I'll be back in about 5 to 10 minutes. Okay, I'm back. Right, let me make some notes. Did that not activate? And again. There we go. This is an order of operations. Might as well make it a checklist. Okay. Okay. Now we may as well do this in order rather than preloading the new scene before the old scene is removed. Remove the old scene, preload the new scene. Instantiate the new scene. Instantiate the new zone. Connect to the ready signal with new zone. Add the new zone to the current scene. Did I label it current scene rather than current zone? It's current zone there, we called it current scene in here. And in fact, we don't need to do that. that is that. Actually, no, because this is being handled in player. So let me undo all of that. Now, there's two ways I want to do this. I do want the player to spend like a minimum, it's like 1-2 seconds on the transition scene, whether or not the other scene is loaded. So on ready trigger, if timer finished. So on ready trigger. Slight mess of wording from the top to the bottom. Bottom is more pseudocode than the top is. There's a piece of information that I would need to send as well. Any zone is going to have more than one, or most zones are going to have more than one warp point, because they'll need an entrance from the previous zone and then an exit to the next zone. So they should need at least 2 in most cases. We need it to tell them which one of the 2 warp points or the specific location that the player needs to be dropped when they arrive. Kind of important, we can't have the player moving around while the transition's taking place. Technically, I could allow them to wobble around or fly around while in warps or while in the warp space. Given that we're borrowing the entire concept of how that all works from Subspace, from Free Space. There is quite literally a fight that takes place at the end of Free Space 1 inside Subspace. Clean this up a little. Player moves to a warp point. Player presses the warp key / button. I don't know whether or not that's going to be something they press on, whether there'll be a button on screen or probably both actually. Anything underlined is a question. Start the call the warp function in the warp point. Let's be consistent. That's what I'm forgetting. Do we go index of or name of? Technically, we could do either, but I think if we go name of, we can make a consistent naming scheme. So it's like from the hub, it's to zone 1, and then from zone 1, it's to hub or to zone 2. And then we can go think. Maybe it's search child. They're going to be in a group. Maybe we can search the group. Because we're looking for the object name. I don't think we could do something along the lines of this because this bit here needs to be dynamic. Get nodes in group. Group name. And then iterate till you find it. He doesn't like something about that. Right, it's in. Missing the in. What point dot? Invalid cast. Oh, right, yeah. Array node 2D. Can I do it this way round? Can I cast it there? Okay, I can do it that way around. Dot. Is name a thing? Dot name. Okay. If it's not supposed to be actual functional code. Just figuring out how to do it. This, of course, isn't going to do anything. It shouldn't break, but it's not going to do anything because obviously there's nothing. We're not getting a like in this. Get nodes in group. Returns an array of all nodes inside this tree that are being added to given group. Would I need to get the root? No. What we would actually just need is the new zone. New zone.gets nodes in group, and then from here it will be warp points. And then target WP. Okay, signal the game scene to warp, pass the scene to load and the target warp point. Name specifically. In the game scene, take control of the player, trigger the start warp animation, move the player to the transition area and animate it. Start a timer. Give control back to the player. Remove the old zone from the scene and free it. Preload the new zone, instantiate the new zone, connect to the ready signal of the new zone, add the new zone to the current scene. On ready trigger, if the time is not finished, flag the new zone ready, otherwise call finish transition. On timer finished, if new zone ready, I mean, technically you can flag the new zone as ready. It's just if the timer is not finished, so let's order of operations this. Flag the new zone is ready. Then if the timer is not finished, or if the timer is finished, or finish transition. If new zone ready, call finish legend. Finish transition, take control from the player, move the player to the entry warp point, which we've now specified. Trigger warp animation, give control back to the player. That is how that needs to work. Okay. So we need to now save this so we have the references. We need 2D scene. I think this does want to be area 2D because we want to know if the player has entered it. Needs collision shape. It's largely just going to be a sphere. Let's suppose (2D) node has basic shapes that I can just use. Line 2D. Polygon 2D, Shapecast 2D. Canvas modulated. I mean, a 2D node is a canvas node. We have established this. It goes node, canvas, node, 2D node. Well, there's a canvas item rather than a canvas layer. Collisions. Dampen string joint, groove joint, pin joint. It's the animation stuff. Light occluder, line 2D, 2D polyline that can optionally be textured. Navigation link, that's the AI stuff, I think. AI pathfinding. Parallax layers, paths, polygon, tile map. Can I create a basic viewpoint texture, canvas texture, image texture, gradient texture, placeholder texture 2D? Placeholder class for 2D dimension text. It's just a purple square, or rather a magenta square. Curve texture, a 1D texture where pixel brightness corresponds to the points on the curve. I mean, I could probably do it with a with this. I suppose a 2D texture, not a 1D 2D gradient, not a 1D. Fill, linear, radial. Can I add an extra point to it? Yes. That'll do for the time being. One warp point. It may not be big enough though. Core. Might have been better putting it in something interactables or something, but I might We zoom out. Okay, I want it bigger than that. Texture is fine. Right. No, that scales it as well. Ah, in here. Better. Okay. These are going to be fairly big at this size, but we can worry about that later. Worry about the actual size they want to be. What next? What point needs code? We need access to on body entered and on body exit. There's nothing stopping me from having the execute warp command be handled from the warp point specifically. Rather than handled from the player. Because the signal has to go back to game anyway. While it is the player activating it. They specifically need to be on the warp point and inside, or they have to have triggered this. the other way around of doing this is to send the player, or send the pilot or the pilot's ship the data for the warp point they're on, and then tell them that they've left the warp point afterwards. Which way around we do it might depend more upon how the client server code ends up working and how it interacts with other players. Because there's going to be one slightly weird way that... There's going to be at least one weird behavior that I'm probably not going to do anything about. Maybe I will. It doesn't make much difference one way or another. So again, as I stated earlier, the thing that I'm making is kind of Eidolon adjacent. It's that kind of thought pattern, or that kind of game, but made on a twin-stick shooter space type of game. But I want to put a little bit more effort into the netcode, so that rather than when you go to a zone that already has a player on it, that player's just standing still because they pressed auto and it's not doing anything. It will keep track of where the players, at the very least, where each individual player is. It might not show you them firing. It's not going to have, or they'll be firing at enemies that are not the ones you're attacking, but it will show you them flying around. So at least things look more active. The problem with that is that any bullets you fire, or rather any bullets the enemy fires at you, another player could in theory go in front of that, and it will make it look like the bullets are just passing through them because they're not bullets that are being responded to that player. Because outside of being in a party, I think pretty much all of the calculations and things can be done on the player's computer. We don't need to worry about that in the server. The server just needs to know when was the last time any individual enemy had died, so that it can then tell the client to respawn. And if the player kills an enemy that should already be dead, we can note that that player might be hacking and we shouldn't give them the credit for that. But it depends upon like how far I want to go with that netcode. But until I'm developing that, it doesn't make much odds, so let's not worry about it. Something I've said multiple times today, because I'm getting stuck on stuff that isn't the thing I'm doing at the minute. Okay, so this is fine. We'll need to add in the specific collisions required. Actually, no, because the enemies aren't going to move. The only thing moving is the player. So the only thing that can enter and exit this body is the player. In which case, we now need to add a new key. Let's give it a do something. Just call this warp for now, although it may just be action key or interact key. But for now, we'll call it warp and we'll give it its own key. I don't need this for anything yet, just to assign it. Um, if there is anybody watching who plays games with a joystick a lot, or rather a controller, what is the typical primary fire? Is it the right trigger? Because this game's also going to have abilities in it. But I'm planning on wholesale cloning the Final Fantasy XIV cross hotbar for that. So I need the bumpers for the cross hotbar. Although I do need to figure out the specifics of that. I think it's right trigger is your typical default fire. Left trigger, right trigger. For Sony R2, Xbox right trigger. And one assumes that would also apply to the Steam Deck. So this will be 4, which is left. Warp would be... Let's go with... Let's have a look at our Steam Deck. Interact probably wants to be A. Joystick buttons. There's the D-pad. Bottom action. So interact A. And warp will make that Y. So top joystick button. Top Y. Since the Steam Deck borrows the scheme from the Xbox controller. Okay. This doesn't need a physics, but it does need a process. Doesn't need delta. If inputs dot just press I mean, I can get it to only fire once by way of the can warp flag. No, we'll use just pressed. Warp. If just press warped, and since these are both booleans and can warp, then trigger warp. Yes. In fact, trigger warp can warp equals false. To prevent double triggering. Print to warp. Interactables, we'll add it into there. The warp point is so much bigger. I need to see it compared to the actual ship. And then Sector 1, Zone 1. Oh, we forgot some things. It's fine, it'll be edited in After Effects. Export. Lack of a better way to do this. Can I trigger an error? No, that's a class. This is basically a sanity check. If I start, if I'm running this from testing, and I had a new thing, and I try to, or if I had a new zone, and I failed to set it up correctly, then I want the thing just to say, hey, nope, this is wrong, this is bad, so I can't accidentally miss it or something. But apparently, does it need a string? Can I not just call error? I want to just call error. Trigger an error. I want it to error and crash. That seems backwards. I read that and it reads backwards. Potentially useful, but it's not one for error macros. Godot features many error macros to make error reporting more convenient. Any variants with custom meshing and documentations here, they should all be used. Conditionally prints an error message and returns returns from the function. Use this in methods which don't return a value. Unconditionally prints an error message and returns from the function. Crash now message. But that's C++. In fact, this is all C++. Now that I'm looking at it. Why are we in C++ here? Go.C++ code base makes use of dozens of methods and macros. Common engine methods, debugger panel. Okay, we'll have to Google search it. Error and crash. No, this is the problem. This is why I don't want to search it. It's like, go got crash. No, I want to trigger an error and a crash. Or error and close. Handling quit requests. Errors randomly closes. No, I want to do it deliberately. Get tree.quit. Okay. Print error. Actually, let's go back. Warp point missing destination. Get tree.quit. Really, that just wants to be debug code. I need that to cause the thing to die while in the editor. But such an error, in theory, should never make it out to release. Specifically because you should at least be testing the zones. We warp in, we haven't changed them. I suppose we should sanity check in here as well. This function we can start making to work as it needs to be. Checks if provided scene and warp points exist. Well, the scene we can do... The scene is easy enough because we can check, but I don't necessarily want to in here. I wonder if there's a different way we can do this. You point to another warp point. You point to a packed theme. How do we make that work, though? The packed scene, I'm fairly sure, is easy enough. Now let's comment out this. Because I think packed scene I can do just by... Look in here. Scene target. Hacked scene. Abstraction of a serialized scene. Quick load. Okay, yeah, we can do that way. That's what we wanted. So the target scene we can do this way. Is there any way that I can make an export? This is starting getting very specific since we are looking for a final solution of this particular thing. Godot. Require an exported parameter has a value. In Godot, you can ensure that an exported parameter has a value by using the required flag. Method flag virtual required. That's C though. This will display a warning icon indicating the value is not set, helping you avoid missing necessary values. Can you show the example? GD script required int var. Did I spell it wrong? Required, comma, hacked scene. I think that's mixing things up. I don't think it's necessarily wrong. But this feels more like C++ than Python. I don't know Python that well, but it seems more like C++ than Python. Basic use, export group, export string, string as path, string as path, and a custom filter provided as a hint. Export global, limited edit, export range, import range. I bet it's something like export underscore required. Colors, nodes, resources, animations, exporting bit flags, exporting enumerators, exporting arrays, export storage, export custom, export tool. Resources can also be exported, grouping exports. String as path. Export requires at least, or at most, 0 arguments, but 1 was given. Me think this is wrong. It's possible the condition of it, I mean, something like this. I mean, yes, that's not. I don't know why you're using that as a example. Export category, title, export var. Set. Ah, good old AI. It has shown me a suggestion that is open as something which is true. This would be hard to make exports. Values, default values are... Instead, you can use get configuration warning. Some exported value equal to 0, some exported value needs a value different than 0. That works. Okay, so it's not ready. Get configuration warnings, pack string array. Okay, that one's out of date. It does need to be this. The elements, package and get virtual. The elements in the array returned from this method are displayed as warnings in the scene doc. If the script that overrides it is a tool script. Hang on a second. If the scene return in an empty array produces no warnings, call update configuration warnings when the warnings need to be updated for this node. That'll do it, I think. Just to be able to sanity check myself. Oh wait, no, this is the code editor. So we need to create Because this being wrong, or missing these values, or these being wrong, could cause a crash. Technically, only the top one is important. If we can't find the warp point because it's labeled wrong, we could just drop the player in the middle of the map. And we've no real way to verify. I mean, if this code here doesn't actually get included in the final build of the game, which there's no reason it should do, the elements in the array returned from this method are displayed as warnings in the scene doc. If the script that overrides is a tool script. Turns an empty array. That bit, I don't know what it means by that. For now, we'll just worry about the top one. If target scene is null, which I'm assuming is what it should be if it's not been assigned, then return okay. So it doesn't care in this one, but it should care in this one. No, it doesn't do anything. And all of that error is just because all of this code is still in here and it shouldn't be. I wonder if it's just because we haven't modified it. Right click assign and then cancel. Okay, I think I'll just do it the way I was going to do it in the first place, because this doesn't seem to work. At least, not the way I want it to. Get configuration warnings, pack string. Maybe it's not counted as being null? Yeah, no, let me just make it a runtime error. So we'll do what we was going to do originally. Function, ready. Because I don't know where else I would put it. Yeah, there's not going to be an easy way for me to link the warp point of another scene to the warp point of this scene. I don't know how I would do that. Allows warp point, but it's only allowed in the current scene. And that's still the current scene. So that needs to be a string. It does need to be a string. Target warp point name. If we run this, warp point, target scene, and target warp point. Okay, I'm happy with that. Strictly speaking, this only needs to be in the debugger, but it's not going to put any kind of extra load on the final script, so. And then we can delete that. We can't check, or we can't easily check if the target is valid. We technically can. What we could do is preload and then peek. So if we know that the target scene has been selected, we can check that that's... Actually, we can do some additional checks in here. How far do I want to go with this sanity check-in? Because strictly speaking, this warp point here is going to connect to here. And I just need to drag that into there. Done. This now has a reference to the scene that it's pointing to. We still need to give it a warp point name. And that warp point is going to be... to hub. And what we could do is on the ready, we could preload this. Or when we ready this, we could preload this and then have a look inside it to see whether or not this warp point exists. And if it does, or if it doesn't, show an error. But is that overkill? If the warp point name is wrong, we can just drop the player in the middle of the map. There's nothing stopping us from doing that. We just need to remember to check it on that side. We don't need this to have a class name anymore, because I don't think it's going to have, or it's going to need child classes. Am I going to have a different kind of warp point? If we do, we can make it a class. Again, overcomplicating it before it needs to be overcomplicated. Okay. Target scene, packed scene, name, can warp. Yeah, I'm not going to be able to find it in there. Let's just ask in here directly. I have already primed this. It's just we've been actually getting good results from search. I just think this one might be a bit too esoteric for me to be able to easily Google search it. Is there a way to mark a line or section of code as so it only runs in the editor? Script must be a tool script. Runs part when running the game. If not, editor engine. Engine not is editor hint. Marks the script. Oh, I see. So at tool marks the entire thing. What does at tool do? Inside an editor plugin. So we should be able to do this with... I still want the error to go. I just don't want the game to crash. I want the editor to crash so it's noticeable that, hey, you forgot something, you idiot. Which is why I want to go if engine dot is editor hint, then quit. So now, if we remove two hubs so it's blank again, we run it. That didn't work. Returns true if the script running inside the... Returns true if the script is currently running inside the editor, otherwise returns false. This is useful for tool scripts to conditionally draw editor helps and prevent it. Now, to detect whether the script is running on an editor build, such as pressing F5, use OS has feature. Use the os.has feature within the editor argument instead. Alright, os.has feature editor evaluates to true when both the script is running in the editor and when running the project from the editor, or returns false when running from an exported project. That's what we're actually looking for. So it gave me a correct answer, it was just not the one we were looking for. This is specifically for tool scripts. So it was OS has feature. Was it a capital E? We'll find out in a second. There we go. Okay, and then if we were to to hub. Do that. Better. If we wander into here and press the G key, do warp. We move out of here and press the G key, nothing. Okay. They don't need comments, they're self-explanatory. And we don't need that. Actually, no, that was there to because we need to do other things other than just this. Okay. Well, it did what I told it to. I told it to specifically show me its sources. I kind of wish it would link to the sources. Can I make that modification? Always link to your sources. Okay. Player has moved to the warp point. Player has pressed the warp point button. Call warp point.warp. Which is not how we need to do this. What we need to do... Signal. Do warp, trigger warp. Signal do warp. Do warp dot emit. How do I specify that up here? Okay. Things are just slightly backwards. That goes up there, and then we don't need these. Okay, that sends the signal. We just now need to receive it from in the game scene. Game currently doesn't have a script attached to it. This is potentially going to be one of the bigger scripts, if not the biggest script, although I don't want everything to be in here. This has to be called from the... Yeah, there's no other way around this. This needs to be called from within the game script. Because it's coming from a zone that we've loaded that we're intending to unload and load a new one. It has to be done in here. Why does that feel wrong? That is right, though. It bothers me that this, or methods are all lowercase. I'm way too used to working in C++, where your methods tend to be camel case. Without underscores. So I did that and it just looked wrong for a second. Which reminds me, we've forgotten a thing. This needs to be in a scene group. So that it can be acquired from everywhere. I may need to upgrade that, update that. No, it's found it. And yes, that's blank. It should be. Okay, good. Didn't that work in here? Oh, we missed the in. Again. Damn it. Yeah, C++ roots coming in. This is not how you construct a for loop. Part of me wants to go, what would it be? For each brackets. And then you go the thing. It is still in actually if you're doing it that way. For each warp point in and then array. So actually I have no excuse for forgetting the in if I'm doing a for each. No, because yeah, that's specifically for each. It's a different command. The for loop is for brackets. And then counter limit increment. I want to be able to do that. That's not how Python works. Okay. Underscore do warp. Do warp. Warp point. That. That. I know I don't need to include arrows void. It's just a personal preference. I like things to be explicit even if they're not necessary. The compiler will remove it anyway. Or the interpreter. Same reason that I try to make sure all my variables always have a type. I don't like generic, this can be anything types. It just seems like such an easy way to make a mistake that's really hard to track down. Okay. Game scene, which is where we're at. Do what? Let me do the thing. Cut. There's a way to do more detailed comments for functions, isn't there? Let's just do this a quick way. How's the phrase? What? Ah. I don't know how to describe this. Equivalent. Give me the equivalent in GD script to the following C++. I'm using, or this is using GPT-5. It should be able to figure this out. If I can remember how this works. It's been too long since I've done it. Isn't that? Return. Barely remember the C++. That's how long I've been not programming for. What is it? I think it just returns int. If I can't even remember the C++, how can I ask them to do it? Python. How do you spell Python? Close. There we go. Comment in a function in Python. The correct way to do this what's the question? What is the proper way to comment a function in Python? The correct way to do this is to provide a doc string. That way, help add will also spit out your comment. So No, that hasn't worked. GDScript must not work like Python in that regard. I do it that way. I want this to kind of auto-complete. So let's be more specific. Commenting functions in GDScript. Tags appreciated. Documentation comments. So it's double. As the following function is documented, even though its name starts with an underscore, it will appear in the help window. The below function isn't documented, as its name starts. So that means documented. What did I miss? As the following is documented, even though its name starts with an underscore, it will appear in the help window. Too few arguments for do warp call. I mean, it showed them for a second. Kind of wanted just to be able to paste that. So that's how it's supposed to be formatted. It just doesn't appear to work at the moment. So we just need to remember that comments for functions is done that way. Or at least to document it, which is, I prefer to do that sort of thing that way. Okay, do warp, do warp. I don't need this anymore. Pinch that. Okay. We don't need to worry about these bits at the minute. Just copy everything over into here that needs to be in here, and then the bits we'll want to do. Back. There's a trick to this. If I do that, I didn't know you could do this until recently. Okay, no, you can go back to a single line now, thank you. Okay. Okay, and for now, comment that section out. Okay. So, remove the old lone zone from the scene and free it. I'm just debating whether or not I want to be moving things out of here. It doesn't matter whether or not you warp it or the player is warping by way of a warp point or warping by way of a, assuming we have the ability, fast travel teleport. The sequence is still the same. It's just how we get the target changes. Okay, so do animation moves, okay. So we can start this from here. That's all one section. Start the timer immediately after we get from control back to the player. Actually, it doesn't really matter which way around we do that. Start the timer just before we give control back. So that deletes the old zone. And we preload the new zone. something else we need to do before. Okay, no, that makes sense. The engine is probably storing them as a matched pair. Because you could, in theory, have the same signal connected to two different methods. So yeah, no, that makes sense. And we don't need to reconnect the new points until the player is inside them. Or until the zone is ready. So, bits that we've done. We've moved the old zone, preloaded the zone, connected to the ready signal. Conspicuous by its absence in this list appears to be connecting the warp points back in. Which wants to be done once the zone is ready. So we change the flag and then we go No, call it transition timer. Because I might have a warp timer so that when a player arrives in a new zone, they can't just immediately, probably accidentally, warp themselves back out again. So yeah, we'll call it a transition timer. 2 seconds, 1 shot. Start timer. Doesn't need a time. We do now need signal, timeout, connect, transition timer, timeout. Let's jump you there. I think I can probably just use equals 0. Or equals to 0. Let's collect these two functions closer together. And then comment. In fact, no, let's just comment them in individually. We'll keep them close together because they're basically chained. Uh, Where does the Oxford comma go in this? I think it's there. Transition animation and unload and load into the new zone. I'm not a stickler for Oxford commas, but they do make things clearer or unambiguous. Okay. This section needs pulling out. We are at stream end time. Got a bit longer just to get this done. We don't actually need the break here. And this doesn't have the new node in it anymore. They're just part of the tree now, aren't they? The old ones have been removed, so we can just reuse that. This is the reason we don't need to break. I don't remember these horizontal lines being in here earlier. I accidentally enabled them. I know what they're there for. I just swear I've only just noticed them. They're there because it's to force or tell you that you should probably be on a new line. But I don't care so much about that. Most of the time I have the screen real estate, I'd rather use it. Okay. So New position. Vector 2 equals vector 2, 0. Which should always be the middle of the map. We'll try and make sure the maps are all built around 0, 0. So there's always a point in the middle of the map that the player can spawn. If, however, we manage to find entry point, then we use that instead. New position equals what point dot position. I wonder if I could add that will always spawn the player in bang on the middle of the warp point. I'm wondering how hard it's going to be to add a bit of randomization to that. Doing it in a square would be easy, or easy-ish, I think. If it was just a list, we can get a random value. We can get random values from a list easy enough. How do I get just a random number? Random. Returns a random number unassigned int. Use remainder to obtain a random number in interval. Can I do it this way? Randy. I'm missing the brackets. The warp point is about 100 by 100, so... And to be fair, it probably actually does want to be that big, because we are planning on having fairly large ships. In the long run. Okay. Did I connect everything up? Should this work? Oh, hang on, it's not E. It worked. Although it did not position me correctly. Because we didn't override our position. This would be player dot position equals new position. Okay, we go in there, we warp, that still didn't work. We did save the script. Remote. How do I change this game? It's with the square. Is it because I've selected it? Sector 1, Zone 1. Yeah, it's not updated this, but that's fine. Player is the thing that should have the position. Vector 0. Yeah, that didn't seem to work. Is finish warp not triggering? Oh, of course it's not triggering. There's a 2-second timer on it. That's why it looked like we was in a different position than we was earlier. If we warp, it's going to put us up here, and then 2 seconds later, it'll put us in the middle of the map. Because the transition's missing. So we've done that bit. We've done these bits. We've done that bit. We just need to have a return portal. And why are all of these not in objects? And in here we add a new warp point. This down here. This warp point links back to the hub sector. To zone 1. Rename this to hub. Save it. Come back to here. Rename this to zone 1. Play this. Okay, something broke. Reference non-existent resource. Assets Sector 1, Sector 1, Zone 1. Target scene is never used in the function do warp. You are right, it isn't. It should be. Huh. I wonder if this is preloading it? This pack scene is external to scene. Left click to make it unique. No, that's fine. It wants to be external to the scene. We just want to reference it. Dot. Okay, that's annoying. I suspect there might be a bit of circular referencing going on here. I suspect it may actually be preloading this. Local to scene off. Path. I want to be able to pull the path from here. Resource path. Must be a constant string. So it explicitly must be quotation strings. Reference not existent at resource. Crashed out without error. Why does that one not like it, whereas the other one has absolutely no problems with it? I mean, I can replace it with a string rather than the object itself. I mean, it worked. I saw it load. So that needs to be a string. That needs to be a string. Warp point. That needs to be a string. That needs to be a string. If I were to now drag this onto here... No, that's why I wanted to do it this way. Copy path. 2 seconds later, pops me down here. 2 seconds later, pops him back up there. So it works. I would much rather be able to use packed scene for the target scene. Again, literally so I can just drag it from here and drop it into there. Rather than have to press an extra couple of buttons. But for whatever reason, it seems to have an issue with that. In fact, does it need to be packed scene? Can it just be scene? No, it does need to be packed scene. Emit dot resource path. Okay, so let's try this again. We'll do it from sector 1 first. You want to load the hub sector. And then you want to load zone 1. Resource sector 1, parse error. Reference non-existent resource. That error doesn't make sense. It's literally the level that's loaded. That's the thing it loaded. Or rather, that's the thing game loaded. That's what's attached into here. Sector 1 hub. And that's Sector 1 Zone 1. Okay. I can't discount the possibility that it is actually trying to preload these things in the background from the references. And if that's the case, it's going to cause fairly significant issues if I leave it like that. Or if I leave it this way round. So we will revert them back to a string. Which means we need to change that to here. And then we need to, in hub sector 1, show me how to use UUID. This is the hub sector. I want to be able to drag drop this so badly, it would just make this easier. Okay, fine. Copy, paste, save, copy, paste, save. Let's actually, for the time being, game transition timer. Just loading up Task Manager. It is slowly getting bigger. the memory footprint of, I think, this. If I close that, is that the memory footprint? Yes. Which would imply we're not freeing something, or maybe garbage collection isn't running? Did we forget something? Do warp. For each warp point, disconnect them. Start the transition timer. Get the current zones list, or the current zone list. Get the only child in that. Queue it to be freed. Remove it. That takes it out of the main scene. It should orphan it. I suppose it's got a reference in here currently. Maybe if I null old zone? It could just be that the garbage collection isn't running constantly, and it's flagged to be freed, but isn't it on the end of the cycle? Queues this node to be deleted at the end of the current frame. When deleted, all of its children are deleted as well, and all references to the node and the children become invalid. Unlike with Object 3, the node is not deleted immediately and can still be accessed before deletion. It's also safe to call Q3 multiple times. Use object is Q for deletion to check if the node will be deleted at the end of the frame. The node will only be freed after all of the deferred calls are finished. Using this method is not always the same as calling object 3 through object call deferred. I mean, once we've removed it from the zone, it's not giving me separate memory readings. That died. That died a death. Why did that die? Just straight up kill it. Old zone.3. It's not used at the minute, but it will be, so I don't mind that ever staying there. I wonder if it's because the thing that called this exists within that scene. Because this comes from the warp point, or the call to this comes from the warp point within that scene. I don't want to just wave it away and say it's a garbage collection issue without knowing for certain that it's a garbage collection issue and that the garbage collection just isn't running constantly. There we go, we actually have a memory thing this time. Actually, I should just monitor it to see if the memory goes up on its own without me doing anything. Now it's 88.9 megabytes. Still 88.9. 89.2. Still 89.2. 89.3. 89.4. 0.5. 0.6. Now I'm going to stop doing anything. Hasn't gone up again. Remote. $89.5, it's gone down slightly. It is a very, if it is a memory leak, it's a very slow and very specific memory leak. Or a very slow and very small memory leak. But I don't know whether or not it's just a garbage collection problem. I don't know how the background system handles all that. It's now at 91.2. List of global scope enumerators. Weak reference. Returns a weak reference instance holding weak reference to an object. Returns weak reference to an object is not enough to keep an object alive when the only remaining reference to a weak reference or our weak reference. Garbage collection is free to destroy the reference and reuse its memory for something else. However, until the object is actually destroyed, the weak reference may return the object, even if there's no strong reference to it. When working with GDScript, you don't when you keep an instance of an object, there is a technique you can use to avoid the cost and creating and destroying instances all the time called pooling. When you keep instancing an object, there's a technique you can use, creating a pool of it. It consists of pre-created in an array of objects and reusing them over and over. When working with GD scripts, you don't need to worry about this. The main reason to use pools is to avoid freezes when garbage collection languages like C# or Lua. GD script uses a different technique to manage memory. reference counting, which doesn't have that caveat. You can learn more about it in memory management here. Godot implements reference counting to free certain instances that are no longer used, instead of a garbage collector, or requiring purely manual management. Any instance of the reference counted class, or any class that inherits it, such as resource, will be freed automatically when no longer used. For instance, any class that is not reference counted, such as a node or a base object type, will remain in memory until deleted with 3 or Q3 for nodes. If a node is deleted via 3 or Q3, all of its children will also be recursively deleted. To avoid reference cycles that can't be freed, weak reference functions. A weak reference function is provided to create weak references, which allows access to objects without preventing a reference counter from freeing. Here is an example. Extends nodes. My file reference equals weak reference f. The file access class inherited reference so will be freed when not in use. The weak reference will not prevent f from being freed when other node is finished. Not sure then. That implies, I mean, it may still be getting the allocated memory. No, because it wouldn't just keep increasing. Even if it's only by a small amount. This doesn't have a script attached to it specifically. The only thing with a script is the warp zone, or the warp point. So it should be recursively freed with this. I think there's a dispose function, which is called when the object is removed. Do I need to do something with that? I think I have a use of dispose somewhere in one of these. May just be something that I'm going to have to ask on the forum, then. If it's something I should be concerned about. So that should be created. I mean, it should. I may actually be thinking about C# is where I'm getting disposed from. That was the last language I used. I've got to assume call 3 will unlink these for me. Or rather than Q3. It's not like I'm instantiating any objects. The only thing we're doing is we're loading this here. Maybe that's the problem. Maybe once we've instantiated and added it, because we're doing this dynamically, it needs us to dispose of it? Nah, I can't see how that would be the case. Because its references end when this function finishes. And this function is disconnecting the things that called it. So that reference shouldn't exist anymore. All of these are local variables. The only difference being this, but that's a string. So that shouldn't be a reference. And even then, that reference gets overwritten every time we warp, so even if that was the case, it would only keep the previous scene. I wouldn't be seeing the memory very, very, very slowly climbing up every time we warp. I don't know if this is an actual problem. That's the issue here. I mean, now we've done that, can we just do .3 on this? Is that the problem? Or will this go bang as well? I need the task manager open again. Okay, let's try again. There we go. So 88.3. Okay, that just exploded. Tempted to free a reference count object. How? Called from warp point process, which makes sense. Because that's where this is. But I don't think I can Q3 this. is queued for deletion. But I think that's just a global function. Yeah. Locals, members. Its only reference should be in here. So what is still referencing it? I suppose the add child could still be instantiating it. Or it's possible that some of these haven't actually finished yet. Oh, I see what the problem might be. I wonder if that's the problem. Which we can unlink here. That would be... Which again, we don't need to go to that length. We're in the tree, we can just go... what you label as... Okay, die. That has entirely disappeared from the task manager. Come on. Where are you shunting it? Why do you keep hiding? Where are you hiding? It's disappeared from the task manager. This is not helpful. Where'd you go? It's there now, although it doesn't think it has anything underneath it. And if I open up this, then it disappears entirely from the task manager. That may be the result of the previous crash. Let's reload it. Okay, there we go, that looks better. moving around a bit, and it uses up a little bit of memory. We warp 8.2, 8.4, 88.5, 88.6, 88.7, 88.8. I mean, a player's going to have to warp a lot in a single session. For whatever is causing that to actually be a problem. Is that reference wrong? It shouldn't be. Get child 0 is where we get the old zone, so this is the new zone. And then we're disconnecting the ready function from onZoneReady, and we're doing that in onZoneReady. So it triggers once and then removes itself. I don't know. Maybe it's a problem, maybe it's not. I can't see anywhere else that would be given as a memory leak. We always, or when this is initially ready, we get the list of warp points from the starting zone. And then when one of them triggers this, we remove all of them. At the minute, there's only one of them in each zone, but we remove all of them. I wonder... This should only ever return one thing. Oops. To hub area, to zone 1, to hub area, to zone 1, to hub area, to zone 1. Yeah, they're getting cleaned up fine. It's not throwing any kind of error that it can't disconnect or connect the events. Disconnects a signal by the given name, or disconnects a signal by name from a given callable. If the connection does not exist, generate an error. So yeah, it's deleting the things that it should do. Otherwise, it would have been throwing an error at us that the connection doesn't exist. So these should be cancelling each other out, and similarly, this is identical, so they should be cancelling us out. The only difference is that that's node rather than area 2D. That doesn't really matter. So yeah, the signals are getting cleared up. This should cue the zone for deletion. Is there a way to see orphaned nodes? If I remove this, other than being a terrible idea and something I need to undo immediately, and now run this. Let's change that over to remote. Because that's not being freed anymore. God damn you, Windows Task Manager, where has it gone? I'm trying to track the memory footprint of this thing. There you are, thank you. Okay. The memory footprint is going up faster. Absolutely. which is a clear sign that that isn't being freed, which is what we would expect. Returns a resource from the file system at the absolute path, unless it's already referenced elsewhere, such as another script or in another scene. The resource is loaded from disk on function call, which might cause a slight delay, especially when loading a large scene. To avoid unnecessary delays when loading something multiple times, either store the resource in a local variable or use preload. This method is equivalent to using resource loader.load with resource cache mode reuse. Important relative paths are not relative to the script calling the method. Instead, it's a prefix with resource. Loading the relative path might not work as you expect. If I use absolute path, I think that's going to just be... I put it in there. The file path. Yeah. So that is going to cause loading lag. But otherwise I've got to preload every single scene. Or every single zone. I don't mind if it stutters a little bit. That's what the transition area is going to be for. In theory, there's not going to be that much stuff in it, but still. Or in each zone. There's not going to be a memory-intensive game in general. This function is a simpler version of resource.load, which can be used for more advanced scenarios. Note, files have to be imported into the engine first to load them. If you want to load images at runtime, you may do image load. Note, the editor export convert text resources to binary equals true. If editor export convert text resources to binary is true, then GDScript load will not be able to read converted files in an exported project. If you rely on runtime loading of files present within the pack, set it to false. Path type hint string cache mode. The optional type hint is used to reference or to further specify the resource type that should be handled. Anything that is inherited from resource is a type hint, for example, image. Cache mode defines whether and how the cache should be used, updated. So there's another way of loading it, by the looks of it. Load threaded get. Returns the resource loaded by load threaded request. If this is called before the loading operation is done, load threaded get status is... Okay, so there is a cleaner way to do this, but it doesn't answer the question as to why we appear to have a memory leak. Loads the resource using threads. If use subthread is true, multiple threads will be used to load the resource, which makes loading faster but may affect the main thread, causing the game slowdown. Cache mode parameter defines whether and how the cache should be okay. We're an hour over the end. Let's make a note in here. Again, it should make little to no difference, but the point of having the transition seed is to allow it to load in the background, and that's how you load in the background. It just so happens that we're not loading enough resources, and we may never be loading enough resources, or high enough detail of resources, that it's going to cause a slowdown. And again, that doesn't answer why the memory seems to creep. Did I put the comment back in? Yeah, old zone Q3. Let's move that till after it's been removed. We can check to see if it's queued to be freed. We can't check to see if it's been freed. We could create a weak reference to keep checking back to it, but... I wonder if we created a weak reference to it in here, and then when the new zone is ready, free the old zone. I wonder if that would do the trick? I mean, without knowing specifically what the memory is that's, or what the object is that's increasing ever so slightly. I wonder if it's just the debugger information. I wonder if it's just this. I can't see why it would be, but... what are we at in the minutes? 89.5, 89.6, 89.8, 89.9, 90, 90.1. Oh, I see, I've made a mistake here. This bit here is slightly wrong. It's always spawning me in the bottom right. This needs to be shunted. I mean, I could use range, but if I just do this minus 100, or rather minus 50, it should do the job. Theoretically, bod mass means that the random and the division should come first, and then it subtract by 50. That's better. Now we can spam this. I'm just wondering if it's going to cap out somewhere, if it actually does eventually clear something. 92.2, 92.3, 92.4, 92.5, 7, 8, 9, 93.0, 93.1, 93.2, 93.4. Still going up. Ever so slightly. Ever so slowly. We're not getting any new debug messages or anything along those lines, so it's not that. Wait, what's that? Reset the game speed, which hasn't been changed anyway. I should test it as an actual executable. There's a non-zero chance that whatever the memory leak is, it's part of the editor. Not to say that the editor is memory leaking, but the editor is doing something that's keeping track of something that's increasing the memory usage. So we also want to throw this over to... they should all be configured right. So if I just export all, release. There's an executable. I run that. And its own thing called the idle one. Right, 88.6. 86, or rather, 87.1, 87.2, 87.3. Nope. There's definitely some kind of memory leak, but I'm damned if I can see it. Let's just make sure it works on the Steam Deck. Did I close? I think I must have done. Yeah, okay. Let me launch SteamOS DevKit client. Should already be connected, I think. Okay. Play. Okay, that's working. We go to there. We warp. We warp. We warp. We warp. Okay. So, Steam Deck client is working fine. One last check. Just see if we can figure this out. So we start with Sector 1 hub as part of the game files. Sector 1 hub just contains a bunch of collision meshes, doesn't contain its own script, and it contains an instance of 2Zone, or an instance of Warp Point, which has been named 2Zone 1, is part of Scene Group's Warp Point, which we know that bit's being cleaned up. It references the other sector and has a name. And these are just strings. They're not actual references. The warp point itself is blank things. It exports these so that they can be edited. It has a signal, which I assume should get cleaned up. Well, no, it doesn't matter because the actual, or this object should always remain in, this object should always remain in memory and cache. It's just the instances of it that will be being cleaned up. So that being a thing is not an issue. This isn't generating anything that isn't being or shouldn't be freed up when it gets freed. as far as I'm aware. If that signal is just a special thing. Method signal. So yeah, I don't think it should be that. Come over to here. We have a Boolean set up here that's global. We have a string. When it's ready, we get all the warp points. We connect the warp point to there. We free up any warp points that currently have a connection. We know this is working. We know that that's working, and if that's working and that's working, this will work. Start the timer. We get the old zone. We remove it from the current zone. And then we queue it to be freed. And then we load the new zone as a packed scene. We generate an instance of it. We connect the instance, or we connect ready to there, so we make a link there. That link gets removed here. So immediately after it's ready, it calls it and it removes the link. And then this just calls this, which reconnects the warp points, which get disconnected next time this gets called. This only gets called once, right? No. It gets called twice. It gets called twice at the minute. Because the scene is being ready. Actually, no. Yeah, no. The scene is being called ready. And yeah, we had a print statement in here. It gets called once. No, that's fine. I'm damned if I know where that memory leak is. I am clearing up after myself. As far as I'm aware, nothing I'm generating is going to linger without needing special dispensation to get rid of it. So I have no idea why the memory is very, 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 very slowly climbing at like 10 kilobit or 10 kilobytes per warp. I wonder if that'll get worse with a larger scene. Yeah. If there's a memory leak there, I do not have the information required to detect it and fix it. So let's make a note. Cancel KB. What I may just do is throw this code at the Godot community. Try to explain what I'm doing. And see if there's something that needs to be freed that I'm not freeing. But we're done for today. Okay. Thank you very much for watching. Hope you enjoyed the show. Oopsie daisy. Boop, boop. I'll be back again on Thursday. I'm going to be continuing on with this all week. I don't know whether I'll do some stuff between streams, but at the very least, we should be able to move on to... I'm not too worried about the transitions. We'll get some basic enemies in. We'll do more refinement on the flight control. We need to be able to fire. We need to be able to kill the hostiles. We need to be able to lock down the ability to warp to a future zone until you've killed enough of the enemies in the current zone, which at the minute is just going to be a kill counter, but I need to figure out how that'll be working in the future. But yeah, plans for later. So thanks again for watching. I hope you enjoyed the show, and hopefully we'll see you next time. Cheerio.